Match week 7 of MLS NEXT Pro kicks off from Kansas City tonight, where we have a Western Conference tussle in the heart of America. It's Sporting Kansas City still in hot pursuit of that first victory, hosting Tacoma Defiance. You are watching MLS NEXT Pro on MLSNextPro.com. Hello and welcome. Sam Goldfarb bringing you all of the action tonight. It's a Sporting Kansas City 2 squad that is winless in its first 6 matches in all competitions. It now hosts a flying Tacoma bunch, fresh off of a cup set against Oakland Roots, now looking to carry that momentum into league play. Sets the table for a very intriguing clash here in the Western Conference. It's now time to get a look at our starting lineups tonight, starting with Istvan Urbani's bunch. Sporting Kansas City 2 making 3 changes from 2 weeks ago, the 4-2 defeat against Minnesota United 2. The big one of note, Jack Kortkamp between the sticks for SKC2. This is his first start since March 14th. He has an opportunity to improve his play and potentially lock down that starting spot. On the other side of things for Tacoma and Hervé Diassé's bunch, 7 changes from the Open Cup. That's no surprise. On the right flank especially, though, that's the notable changes. 2 first-teamers entering the fold. Georgie Manungu, who featured prominently the last couple campaigns, as well as Reed Baker-Whiting in that right-back spot, making his first appearance on his return back from the muscular injury that cost him the first month of the season. And then, of course, up front, you have to watch out for number 95, Osaze de Rosario, leading MLS NEXT Pro with 5 goals and 6 in all competitions. So we are just about set for kickoff here at Children's Mercy Victory Field in Kansas City, Missouri, part of the Swope Soccer Village, a $20 million project in the Kansas City area. It is SKC2's first campaign in its new digs, played at Rock Chalk Park on the campus of the university, or Kansas University, I should say, a year ago. They host Tacoma Defiance for the first time in quite some time. It is a pair of sides that don't meet very often in NEXT Pro play, despite both being positioned in the Western Conference. For Tacoma tonight, multiple matches in hand on some of the playoff hopefuls. They currently sit 10th in the West, but 3 points would surely carry them back into the top 8. Sporting Kansas City, too, just 2 points on the season, still desperate for a first victory that they have their eyes on tonight. It is SKC2 in the navy blue with light blue stripes going from left to right on your screen. Tacoma Defiance in the somewhat confusing baby blues that are oddly reminiscent of Sporting Kansas City's other kits. Back and underway here from Kansas City. It is Sporting KC2 and Tacoma Defiance for the first time here in 2025. Say hello and welcome here from Children's Mercy Victory Field. Sam Goldfarb bringing you all of the action here in Kansas City. It's a Sporting Kansas City 2 bunch that is in flux. Lost the bulk of its key contributors from a season ago. And of course, coaching turnover both in the second team ranks with the introduction of Istvan Urbani, as well as the first team with Peter Vermees departing the club early in the campaign. So it's made for a transition period for the second team. This is the first foray forward for the hosts, and immediately snatched back. Now Gumbale, top returning goal scorer for SKC2. I'm talking Istvan Urbani this week. He lamented a performance that really unraveled 2 weeks ago against Minnesota United 2, a match in which they were able to battle back before halftime. as there's an early yellow shown already to a Sporting Kansas City 2 player. Booking goes against Pierre Leroux, the center back in the heart of defense for Sporting. This is a side that battled back, though, leveled the scoreline on the stroke of halftime against Minnesota. Minnesota squad that has started the season promisingly. But then it unraveled. 2 goals shipped in stoppage time, and Ishvan Urbani said that basically changed the trajectory of the match. Did grab consolation late after falling behind 4-1, but it was all for naught in the end. There is a sense of optimism. They are creating chances, and now it's just about converting that into more frequent goal scoring. And there's your look at this season's debutant, Mohamed Shore. At 17 years old between the sticks for Tacoma. A pair of newer introductions, although Kortkamp has some experience between the sticks for Sporting this year. Looking for Alexandre on the far side. And now Gomez the other direction for Tacoma. Cutting it across in space. Efforts deflected, and Tacoma with the match's first corner. Charles Doddsey got free for a matter of moments, but Sporting just able to close the angle down. See, it's a positive run here from Gomez, who darts it across to the late running Doddsey. And it's taken short by Tacoma now. Souza. Working very well with Gomez. Cross comes into the back post. Still loose. Finally knocked out of play by Tashantrit. It's Manungu winning yet another Tacoma corner. Well, this is no surprise. Early pressure from Defiance. Team known for bossing possession and imposing its will on matches from the jump. This is Manungu weaving inside. High arcing ball in and collected confidently by Kortkamp. Here is your first proper involvement for the 17-year-old today. Does boast the most saves on the team. He was peppered in the opening 2 matches. And a young prodigy of sorts in Sporting's youth ranks. The youngest ever goalkeeper signing in December of 2024 after ascending rapidly through the academy ranks. Only has 6 pro appearances under his belt with the second team. This is number 7. So still very green. Manungu. Well, on the other side of things for Tacoma, promising start yet again. This is a side that has reached 3 straight postseasons since joining MLS NEXT Pro, a club that dates back over a decade. I'm talking to Hervé Diassé. He felt that in the LA match, which they fell 3-2 on April 10th, there was some naivete and not enough mature adjustments to some of the circumstances that were presented their way in that match. Of course, going a man up, not properly taking advantage of it came to mind. But they responded brilliantly at Starfire last Tuesday in the 2-1 victory that went to extra time against Oakland Roots, which has sent Tacoma on a Cinderella run of sorts through the U.S. Open Cup. far more calmness and composure in moments of adversity, and the constant tactical adjustment allowed them to progress. He's mentioned it being more of a blue-collar display today, having to run a lot, be industrious in their challenges, and try to impose themselves on the match early and often. Here's the quick break forward from Uteritz. Shoved down on the edge of the area to no avail. This is Baker Whiting, the first teamer. Manungu. Switching it towards Gomez. Kingston. University of Washington graduate. And Manungu again. Early cross in. Rolled across the face. And Rosario unable to get a boot to it. Well, if you're just joining us, we welcome you into Kansas City. Sam Goldfarb bringing you all of the action in this first meeting of the campaign between SKC2 and Tacoma Defiance. It is a fixture Tacoma prevailed in 4-3 fashion a season ago. A pair of stoppage time goals, allowing them to erase a 3-1 halftime deficit in Tacoma. They call moments like that the magic of Starfire. We'll be looking to combat some of that magic on away soil now. Kingston. Sprayed wide to Baker Whiting. Manungu. Manungu breaking forward. Dispossessed in the area. Right now, Sporting just looking to play out. It's been largely relentless pressure from Tacoma. And in some ways, Istvan Urbani is saying that presents an opportunity to play a bit more assertively on the break. He said a lot of the teams they've played this season have been Route 1 in terms of their orientation going forward. And it's forced them to press the issue. Tonight, they can almost be counterpunchers of sorts. It's a giveaway here upfield. Ariano was snuffed out at the source. Zavala tumbling. Space on the break now. Gomez. Dodzi playing it off from afar. It's right into the awaiting gloves of Court Camp. Yusuke Nome starting to grow into things. Well, a lot of the positive attacks have originated from Gomez's boots, and then finally just darted across. Sukanome got a point-blank look at things. He has 5 goals to his name this season. Alexandre. And still Menchie Alexandre opening the scoring for Sporting. Right on the counter attack, and SKC2 in front against the grain. Alexandre's first goal for Sporting. You see him cut inside. No one closes him down right onto that left foot, and no chance for sure between the sticks. Destined for the bottom right, and Kansas City in front. Maggie Alexandre, a 21-year-old native of Montreal, Canada, who joined Sporting Kansas City 2 last season and scored a trio of tallies. He opens his account in league play here for 2025. What a plot twist that is. But if you know anything about these fixtures, goals aren't necessarily at a premium, at least historically. And whenever Tacoma's involved, you can expect multiple goals either way. But as things stand, Maggie Alexandre giving SKC2 the early advantage in the 11th minute.
There we go. Go, go, go. Let's go run, let's go run.
If you are just flipping on the match, an early surprise brewing here at Children's Mercy Victory Field. Maggie Alexandre giving Sporting the early advantage, a side that is still waiting on its first victory of the league campaign. It's a Tacoma bunch that has been on the front foot the bulk of the night, but has shown some structural vulnerabilities on the break, and those were exploited moments ago. When talking to Istvan Urbani this week, he did say, we've been creating chances at a far higher clip, and when you look at the goal-scoring output, it's been much better the last couple games. As Tacoma breaks the other way through Manungu and cleaned up with aplomb. After scoring just once in the first 3 league matches, they've responded now with 5 in the last 2 entering tonight. So signs of promise, and they continue that trend here in the opening 15 tonight. Gomez. This is Sosa. Running a throw for Tacoma. Clever touch from Sosa. He's never able to get the ball properly under his spell. Well, we mentioned it's an intriguing transitional period right now for Sporting. A team that, as we mentioned, lost its head man Peter Vermees in late March by mutual agreement between himself and the club, and that's put Istvan Urbani in an interesting spot, having to not only make some small tactical tweaks on the fly to continue to prepare his lads for the first team, but also planning with the front office and the new first team staff who will take part. He said, coming into the year, I maybe expected to have 2 or 3 first team players available somewhat frequently for my squad. That's not been the case. In fact, in somewhat surprising fashion, not a single first-team player has been a regular feature in this SKC2 squad to begin the year. So it has been a thinner set of bodies than perhaps he expected. When you contrast that with Tacoma, a side that tends to ink players to long-term first-team contracts early in their development, it is somewhat day and night in that regard. We're just beyond the quarter of an hour mark. It is a 1-0 advantage for Sporting Kansas City 2 over Tacoma Defiance. Menji Alexandre, the 21-year-old, opening the scoring in the 11th minute. And you've seen Sporting begin to gain some comfort in possession since. Definitely still finding themselves on the back foot in terms of where the ball's positioned most of the time. But against Tacoma, you always figure that will be the case, and there was no illusions that they would try to dominate possession tonight. Here's Manungu breaking the other way now, and cleaned up comfortably by Gael Quintero. Sets Tacoma up already for its third corner of the match. Out-swinging corner towards the near post and Di Rosario. Flicked back across goal. Somehow Tacoma unable to put one on frame. Fans, this portion of the match is presented by Central Bank, the official checking account partner of Sporting Kansas City and the official jersey front partner of SKC2. We rapidly approach the 20-minute mark. Tacoma looking to climb back from this early 1-0 deficit. Here's Sosa toward the byline. And Courtcamp bashing it out for yet another Tacoma corner. It's been unrelenting pressure for large spells of the match so far for SKC2, and we'll face yet another set piece in the early stages of this. In-swinger towards the back stick. Courtcamp did just get a set of paws to it. Well, it's a well-designed set piece here. Does put the man at the back stick in a somewhat tough position because he has to get this at full extension. Well, there were at least questions whether it would sneak under the bar. Dotsey doing very well in the end. Gives Baker Whiting target practice from the opposite flank now. Outswinger this time. Baker Whiting, space to cross. Looking for Dodsey. Headed down to the edge of the area now. Sukanome. Just no clean look so far for Tacoma.
Yeah, what are you doing?
And now the referee will blow a stop to this for a matter of moments.
You just got an elbow to the face and it's fine?
There is a Sporting man down in the box. It appears to be Pierre Leroux.
Yeah, you don't say.
What is that person
Well,
doing
players
next?
shouldn't have to tell you.
It just takes an elbow to the face here from Charles Dodsey. Looks to be a nasty one. Didn't seem to be much intention in it, but
Two reasons that stopped it for me there.
has at least left the French center back a bit slow to his feet.
Some refs are good and some refs are terrible.
Well, Leroux, 22 years old, signing his first pro contract after finishing his college career at University of Michigan this past fall. At least get a look from the physios. Has been an integral part of this Sporting back line on the young season. It is, again, not the deepest of squads, especially in defense. Manungu dances past one towards goal. Tonzi was running onto it. Just nobody in the baby blue shirts to greet. You hear your fair bit of vocal fandom in attendance. It's a 1,500 seat venue, this Children's Mercy Victory Field. But it is one that has drawn decently tonight. It's a decent looking evening in Kansas City. Has turned out the locals at least to this point. Underlap here from Souza, low cross. Immediately called in action there was Tashantrit. Gomez again. Falls to the edge of the area this time. Slate appeals for handball. Instead, Baker Wedding and company will settle for yet another corner kick. Just wonder when it will yield a decisive chance for Tacoma. Manungu. Shipping it over the top. Sosa unable to evade the traffic. Midway through the first, it is still Alexandre's goal that separates the two sides. As things stand, a much maligned Sporting defense has held solid against unrelenting Tacoma pressure. Hervé Diesse mentioned this was a match he felt his side would be able to dominate and impose themselves in. They've done that. It has been an ironclad brick wall so far to break down. Very few clear-cut chances towards Court Camp. Flags raised against Baker Whiting. For Sporting, no doubt has been a slow start, but still have aspirations to rediscover the heights they hit in 2023. Of course, Benny Fellhopper, the legend, was at the helm the last couple of seasons and did guide them to the postseason 2 years ago before the 2024 season that went awry in the second half. Manungu crossing this in and headed once again out of play by Cello Tashantrit. Last season, a team that scored so prolifically just struggled to keep teams out. See here, Tashantrit coping with this confidently. It is headed into a somewhat nervy position, but nothing that really raised alarm bells in Court Camp's mind. Once again, a knocked out of play for security. Baker Whiting again in swinging. And only as far as Peter Kingston. Katsaros loses out. Alexandre, the goal scorer. Zavala.
Go, go,
Sukanome. Already 4 goals to his name in league play. Gomez. And back for Sebastian Gomez. Cutting in on his right. Looking for the run of Manungu at the back post. Snatched back by Georgie Manungu. That's Saros. It's flicked along by Dodzy, and Hortkamp can at least collect. But when you look back at a 2024 campaign that really was met with ups and downs, it's a side that scored the joint 6 most goals in MLS Next Pro with 53. It also conceded 57. And despite so much firepower with the likes of Cameron Habibullah, Sebastian Cruz, and many others, 4 of those top 5 goal scorers departing with the exception of Gumbale, and it's left the club to pick up the pieces. Results at least tell the story in that regard. That is knocked out of play for Sporting Kansas City's first corner of the night. High arcing ball, and Shore collecting confidently. Looking long for De Rosario. He's sent tumbling. And despite the appeals of the Tacoma bench, completely ignored. Uteritz.
Yeah, scabs are really bad at their jobs.
Well, Hervé Diese is incensed by that lack of a decision.
I might be a Sporting fan, but that was a terrible call, Scab.
We welcome you back. Apologies for those slight technical difficulties. Just on the precipice of 30 minutes, a 1-0 advantage for SKC2 over Tacoma Defiance. Meji Alexandre's 11th minute opener on the counter is what makes the difference, although scoreline definitely does not tell the full story about the run of play. It has been a never-ending surge of Tacoma possessional dominance, and they've ventured into the final third with little to no resistance, but when they've gotten there, snuffed out consistently before the final ball can arrive. Well, fans, this portion of the match is presented by Children's Mercy Kansas City, the official healthcare partner of Sporting Kansas City. Question will be before halftime, can Sporting get there unscathed? Remember, the last time out 2 weeks ago, managed to battle level and then got caught twice in stoppage time. And Ishvan Urbani himself said that changed the complexion of the match. And especially after they shipped the 4th, it was a very difficult road back. This is a lead, though. It is a bit more of a promising spot than they ever found themselves 2 weeks ago. Dodzy is looking through. Well, you see your look in the corner of your screen at Tacoma headman Hervé Diese. Second year at the helm of Tacoma Defiance, last season guiding this club to the Western Conference semifinals for the 3rd straight year. It has been a regular in the Next Pro playoffs since joining the fold in 2022. He is known for being a coaching prodigy. This knocked across and bashed in. Tacoma finds a leveler. And it is that man again, Osaze De Rosario, the leading scorer in MLS Next Pro, bringing Tacoma level. You see this break, it started right across, no chance for court camp, and Asaze De Rosario with a 6th of the MLS Next Pro campaign. It is a break out of thin air, a Tacoma side that had almost lulled Sporting into a sense of security with its inability to break them down out of the low block. But they switched the field. Manungu picking out De Rosario with expertise, and just like that, we are level at 1-1. Well, Asaze De Rosario, the son of MLS and Canadian national team legend Dwayne, has been excellent this season and now matching last season's goal tally in MLS Next Pro. And when talking to Hervé Diesse, he's mentioned there's added hunger. De Rosario being more disciplined about his habits, knowing that this season could really define whether or not he cracks the Sounders' first team. And it's been reflected in his play thus far. It was a 6th league goal in just his 4th MLS Next Pro appearance. De Rosario's been a proven goal scorer wherever he's gone. Played in the Canadian Premier League for 2 seasons before joining Tacoma and scored 19 goals in that stretch. Well, at this rate, he'd be on pace for something similar to that this season. 7 goals in all comps already, 6 in Next Pro to extend his lead atop the Golden Boot table.
Let's run.
Samways, the Ohio State product. Clark. Well, we approach the business end of this first half. Sporting held the lead, finally unlocked just over 20 minutes later. Asaze De Rosario leveling the scoreline in the 32nd. After the opener was scored by Meji Alexandre in the 11th minute. It's been a match where Tacoma has been on the front foot. And finally, some reward for it on the score sheet in their eyes. Manungu, Sounders' first teamer, slithering through defenders. De Rosario. Sukanome, it's a heavy touch there. And Gomez squandering what could have been a golden chance to make it 2. Zavala. Ariano. Sensational at Austin, now gets his chance at Sporting. Zavala. Shoved down on the edge of the area. And the referee ignoring any appeals at that. And now he finally comes back to it. Says the foul occurred just outside the area. You get your look at this challenge. David Zavala bearing down on goal. It does appear the contact is initiated by Doddsy outside the area. And I believe our referee's gotten this one right. Sets up Sporting for an enticing set piece, albeit really tight angle for delivery. And at least is close enough to garner Mohamed Shore's attention. It is Zavala who stands over this with Ariano lingering. Ariano. Into the half space to Shantret, up from center back now. It is a ball that did not have any oncoming soldiers in the box. It is an interesting alignment for Sporting tonight. Cello to Shantret, more of a defensive midfielder, but someone who prides himself on how effective he is out of possession at center back tonight. Manungu sent tumbling. And this is going to yield the yellow. He has been nothing short of a menace tonight. And he has another opponent in the book. It is Natty Clark in the book. I see him just catch Manungu from behind. It's a cynical challenge to stop the break. Knows he's going to be greeted with the yellow card for his troubles. Now Tacoma may be in set piece range. Peter Kingston stands over it. A bevy of teammates on the edge of the area. Right into the wall. Manungu. Kingston. It's a high arcing ball, heart of the area, and Sukanome on the end of it. Tacoma flipping it on its head, and Sukanome puts Defiance in front. It is a near identical motion to what started the opener. This time, though, the cross is higher. It's just chipped. Yu Sukanome greeting it with his head. It's a rare-headed goal from someone more known with trickery at his boots. But well executed into the top left to put Defiance in front. Well, it is the Saitama, Japan native, Yu Sukanome, in his second season with Defiance, who has now matched his goal tally from 2024 with his 5th league tally of the season. And now his 7th in all competitions. What a start to the season it has been for the dynamic duo of De Rosario and Sukanome. Well, inside the final 5 minutes of the first. And Tacoma, after trailing the bulk of the opening 45, has themselves the lead. Fans, this portion of the match is presented by Blue Cross Blue Shield Kansas City, the official healthcare insurance partner of Sporting Kansas City. Just beyond the 40-minute threshold, Sporting winning a corner as suddenly they are forced to battle from behind. A side that took the early lead, 2 goals in the span of 7 minutes by the dynamic duo of De Rosario and Sukanome, as Defiance in front. It's an in-swinger. Right into the path of the goal scorer, Sukanome. Playing Manungu in acres of space. This is Georgie Manungu. And still Manungu. Falls for Gomez. Flattering it well over the bar. counterattack that had plenty of promise, but nobody able to test court camp in the end. Well, you figure the halftime team talk from Ishan Urbani at this point will be very different than what it may have been 10 minutes ago. Of course, 2 weeks ago, a similar script unfolding. Level just before halftime, caught twice in stoppage time. This time in front, about 15 minutes before halftime, and caught twice in the final quarter of an hour of the first half. Let's mention how individual errors have occasionally cost them. It's not so much organization, it's just about playing through mistakes and establishing rapport. Here's another break for Tacoma. Gomez. And Baker Whiting is offside. Tactically, this presents an interesting scenario for SKC2. We know the preference has been to absorb pressure and counter, but obviously, in the quest for a result at this point, you will have to throw more caution to win the longer this scoreline holds. Ishvan Urbani, someone experienced, has coached pretty much across every level and every role of professional football, now in his third stint with Sporting Kansas City as a club. Probably have some answers in his locker. Sosa, a lovely switch of the play. He's looking for Gomez just behind him. Quintero. Bale wrestling for it.
You can't be the deepest guy. You have to be in line with Pedro.
In the final minute of the initial 45, SKC2 finds itself looking for answers. Alexandre. Spread well by Dodzi. Zavala swiping it back. Uteritz. Smashed away.
Injury that he ignored for most of the time he was down.
Your word, it will be 2 minutes of added time separating us from intermission. Bureau. Arellano.
Come on, Sam. Sam, we want to know. We're dying.
Sam Ways. Alexandre.
Yes, Tim. Way to go, Tim. Yeah, Tim, we get
It's a rare bout of sporting pressure tonight.
You see, Christian, some of the refs we like because they're not scabs.
Zavala. Looking to switch it now. Space for Natty Clark. Dispossessed with aplomb by Baker Whiting. Plenty of room for Manungu once again. Hunting De Rosario. And still Asaze De Rosario, a first half brace. The league's goal leader striking twice in the first half. It's 3-1 Tacoma. A five-star counter. Tacoma absorbing pressure. Manungu waits it perfectly into the path of De Rosario, who places this with expertise. Second of the night, seventh of the next pro season. And what kind of blazing form is he in? 3-1 Tacoma, and you wonder if that is the final blow before intermission. It is deja vu all over again for Sporting Kansas City 2. A side that found themselves in line for a result in the business end of the first half for the second consecutive match. And once again, they stare at a 3-1 halftime deficit right on the brink of intermission.
Just wondering, just where's the consistency? That's all I want to know. We got a football tackle over here, but it's fine. We got a little hug to the back, not fine.
Well, there's the halftime whistle. Tacoma putting pedal to the metal in the final quarter of an hour of that first half. A De Rosario brace sandwiching a Sukanome goal, which has Tacoma in line for a 3-1 victory if this result holds. Our score of the half is Tacoma 3, Kansas City 1. Let's look back at the MLS Next Pro goal of the week. New York Red Bulls 2 midfielder Ibrahim Kasule is this week's winner. Following a corner kick, the Ugandan international controlled the ball with his chest before unleashing a rocket past the Chicago Fire 2 goalkeeper, extending his side's lead to 3-1 on the way to a 3-2 victory. Red Bulls 2 sits atop the Northeast Division standings with 10 points at this early stage of the season. There is your look back at the goal. A sensational bit of technique from Kasule, who is enjoying a bounce-back campaign here in 2025. That is pure class from the Ugandan. We've got highlights from earlier this week, a player profile, and more as halftime continues.
If I got it, then I bought it. Take a bite, 'cause I want it. And I know I got the taste for the cake. And I take what I make and I flaunt it, flaunt it. Got diamonds on my necklace. I live how I like. So looks is getting reckless. I'm feeling myself and you can't break my vibe. I'm feeling myself and you can't break my vibe. You can't break my vibe. You can't break my vibe.
Action.
Should be a fun season of MLS Next Pro. Oh my! Pedrinho wins it!
Welcome back. It's time for a player feature. Let's get to know Huntsville City's Christian Kofi.
That's a poor pass, and it may open up space for Kofi against his former side. Christian Kofi scores!
Kofi, an excellent move as he sends the ball out wide. Cross comes in, and Christian Kofi, he is extremely dynamic.
Christian Kofi has had quite an international journey. He spent time in the Monaco Academy, where he would see a young Kylian Mbappe learning his craft. He's played for clubs in France, Italy, and Spain, before coming to MLS Next Pro with Chicago last season. And now, he's with Huntsville. So what drew him to MLS Next Pro at this stage of his career?
I will say the American dream for me to have the opportunity to come and play in America was crazy, like a unique experience. So I feel like year to year like the level of the league evolve. They bring a lot of very good players for the MLS, but also for the Next Pro. So it's crazy.
Kofi's experience with several different countries, coaches, and systems has shaped him as a player, such that his coach Chris O'Neill sees something truly special in him.
He has an ability that isn't often replicated, and I would say that he is a special player in the sense that, especially 1-versus-1, he has the ability to create off of a dribble, get out of tight situations, but then he also has the vision to be able to play a final pass that other players just don't see. And I think for us, he's extremely exciting, and we're extremely happy to have him.
The MLS, I think the next step, it will be maybe for me it's the MLS. It's my target, and if it's not happen, I will just try to do my best to arrive to MLS. My goal is Huntsville. The minimum is the playoff, but for us it's like bring the trophy in Huntsville to our fans, because I think they deserve that. I think we have for me, the best fan base in the league. And personally, it's like to be the best player in the league, if I can. Yeah, I will say that.
If I got it, then I bought it. Take a bite, 'cause I want it. And I know I got the taste for the cake, and I take what I make and I flaunt it, flaunt it. Got diamonds on my necklace. I live how I like, so it looks it's getting reckless. I'm feeling myself, and you can't break my vibe. I'm feeling myself, and you can't break my vibe. You can't break my vibe. You can't break my vibe.
Action.
Should be a fun season of MLS Next Pro. Oh my! Pedrinho wins it!
If I got it, then I bought it. Take a bite, 'cause I want it. And I know I got the taste for the cake, and I take what I make and I flaunt it, flaunt it. Got diamonds on my necklace. I live how I like, so it looks it's getting reckless. I'm feeling myself, and you can't break my vibe. I'm feeling myself, and you can't break my vibe. You can't break my vibe. You can't break my vibe.
We welcome you back to Kansas City. We're at halftime between Sporting KC2 and Tacoma, the visitors holding a 3-1 advantage. Highlights and stats are around the corner, but first, Inter Miami 2 and Orlando City B played a special match at the Generation Adidas Cup. April Marie Aguilar was there and files this report.
What's up, guys? I'm April Marie Aguilar, coming to you from Florida, directly from IMG Academy, where we just witnessed an intense Sunshine State Derby. Let's take a look back at all of the action.
It's the Florida Derby, Inter Miami 2 against Orlando City B on match week number 5. Orlando City is looking to rise to the top of the charts, where Chattanooga is also at the top, while Inter Miami looks to make its push to the top of the table. The whistle blows. Shaq Muhammad starts us off here at MLS Next Pro at the 2025 Generation Adidas Cup.
From the start, both teams came out with energy, but it was Miami who struck first. Tyler Hall opened the scoring in the 16th minute with an assist by Bailey Sparks. It wouldn't be long before OCB equalized with Tahir Reed Brown finding the back of the net in the 23rd minute. During the first half, we caught up with MLS Next Pro President and EVP Charles Alchek and Ali Curtis, MLS Next Pro SVP of Competition and Operations, to get their thoughts on this year's GA Cup.
For the academy players who are here, from the players from around the world who are watching this game, they're getting a glimpse of what the potential is for the best young players in our system coming through our academies to our Next Pro teams.
This is probably the best youth tournament in North America, so for our young players to be able to experience what the next level looks like, you know, in person, has just been a really great experience.
Just over 20 minutes later, right before halftime, Mateo Saja was assisted once again by Bailey Sparks. Miami took that lead into the half. While the players took to the locker rooms, we took this time to chat with some of the academy players that were in attendance.
Why is it so important to watch these pros up close and personal?
You know, hey, it's a pleasure to just come watch in a beautiful atmosphere at this big tournament, come watch our team support. You just gotta show love, because one day we could be on that field too.
Seeing them, seeing what the next level is like, seeing where you can see yourself fall into a team where you see what you need to work on, take the good habits, the good things out of them, and what you can see that you can apply to your game.
The second half kicked off with Miami continuing to apply pressure against Orlando City B. Idol Zelter Zubaira bagged what would turn out to be the match winner for Inter Miami 2 in the 55th minute. Both teams would fiercely contest the rest of the second half until Shaq Mohammed brought OCB back within one. But it was not enough, as the match would end 3-2 in Miami's favor.
There's a full-time whistle. It's 5 consecutive unbeaten for Miami in the Florida Derby. They withstand the late Orlando City burst to capture a 3-2 win.
Tonight was another perfect example of the pathway in action. Miami heads down south with 3 points, and for now, that's a wrap from us at this year's GA Cup. We'll catch you guys next time. Adios!
Action.
We welcome you back to Kansas City, where at halftime Tacoma holds a 3-1 lead over Sporting KC2. It was a thrilling 4-goal first half that featured Tacoma flipping the match on its head. Let's take a look at the highlights from the opening 45. Well, it got off to a flying start for Sporting of all teams. On the back foot for the first 10 minutes, Meji Alexandre does not care, bashing it bottom right to give Sporting the lead in the 11th minute. Alexandre, a terrific start. But then Tacoma in the final 15 put pedal to the metal. 32nd minute, a low cross from Manungu, picking out Osaze de Rosario, who's able to tuck it beyond the outstretched gloves of Jack Courtcamp, and well, the floodgates continue to open from there. This a high arcing cross coming to Sukanome, who's first to it in the air to find the top left corner to give Tacoma a 2-1 lead in the 39th. And then on the stroke of halftime, Osaze de Rosario extending his lead atop the Golden Boot table, finishing on a 5-star counter just before halftime to make it 3-1. And here's your look at the first half stats, and I tell you what, they tell the full story here. Tacoma dominant, a 14-2 shots advantage, also putting 5 times the number of shots on target. 8 corners as well from Defiance in that first half. The bulk of those came when they were chasing the match for that awkward 21-minute period where it was all Tacoma possession and very little final product to show for it. But since really equalizing, the floodgates have started to open for Defiance. They find themselves comfortably in control of this. Osaze de Rosario, the star, with a brace in the opening 45. Time to take a look around the rest of Match Week 7. I tell you what, guys, the party's just starting here in Match Week 7. We have a thrilling rest of this week before the Saturday slate. Colorado hosting Minnesota United 2. Colorado, one of the more pleasant surprises in the Western Conference this year. And Toronto FC 2 hosting Fire 2 on Friday before a 3-match slate on Saturday that features Defiance in action against St. Louis City 2. Important to note, both these teams tonight are kickstarting a run of 3 matches in 9 days. So it's going to be very busy. Defiance has a rapid turnaround with the late night kickoff on Saturday against City 2. That should be a very fun one here in Next Pro. Well, that's your look at the remaining matches going through Saturday, but there is much more on the docket beyond that as well. It's going to be a fun stretch here in MLS Next Pro with many teams playing multiple matches in the next week. We're back here at Children's Mercy Victory Field in the Swope Village Soccer Complex. It is just about set for the second half. As you see, Jack Courtcamp getting warmed up, enjoyed a terrific start and then got peppered in the final quarter of an hour of those opening 45. His team finds themselves well and truly on the back foot ahead of this second half in their quest for a first victory of the year under headman Istvan Urbani. On the other side of things, Tacoma, it's business as usual, trying to climb into the top 8 of the Western Conference and put themselves in the playoff spots before Saturday. It is a team with multiple matches in hand, given multiple reschedulings in their Open Cup quest. And as a result, they have some chances to really make up ground on some of their Western Conference opposition in matches like this. Well, Sporting is first to the pitch. Istvan Urbani's talk probably changed dramatically in the final 15 minutes of that first half. It was obdurate defending for about half an hour before they were absolutely exposed at the back. A brace from De Rosario and Sukunome adding another for good measure. Well, it is now Tacoma going left to right, Sporting going right to left, and back underway here from Children's Mercy Victory Field. Tacoma hoping to see this out and notch another 3 points in their belt as they continue their quest of the Western Conference standings. We welcome you back into Kansas City. Sam Goldfarb here bringing you all of the action tonight. It has been a fun one so far in MLS Next Pro. The question is, can Sporting add some late tension to this contest, or will it be Tacoma on cruise control the remainder of the night? You'll have to stick around to find out. There is the star man, De Rosario. His brace is what separates the two sides, the second of which was better than the first. Manungu. He just runs this out of play. Well, if you are just joining us, it was a first half with one-way traffic. We showed the stats at halftime. It was a 14-2 shots advantage for Tacoma, and it's pretty indicative of what we expected from an Hervé Diesse-led side. Here's Alexandre, the only goal scorer for Sporting. Laying it off for Tashantret from center back, has that effort deflected out of trouble. There's the captain, Tashantret. Got to talk to him this week. He's grown into a bigger leadership role at just 19 years old as well. It is his 3rd season with Sporting Kansas City too, and he is a coach's son as well, his father Lee coaching with the U17s and U19s. Mentioned he never really got to play for him properly. When he and his father overlapped, he was already on the fringes of the second team. So much experience under his dad, although he said he was trained to fit perfectly into his dad's system as a ball mover and a tenacious presser of the ball as well. He's at his best in a deeper lying center mid role, and he's been deployed there here to start the second. Perhaps a shape change from Sporting at halftime. Arellano.
She's right next to it. She just called it.
Well, some confusion over who indeed has the throw. It is a Sporting throw. Last thing stands, Tacoma would go to 5th with this result. Arellano is looking for the goal scorer, Alexandre. Falls for Uteritz. Baker Whiting does the job. Have not seen much from Sporting's front three, particularly Maloon Gumbale, number 38 in the dark blues tonight. Someone who scored 9 goals a season ago, but when talking to Ishvan Urbani, he mentioned that he's dealt with a slight positional alteration, has been moved into more of a center forward role from his natural winger spot, just due to the fact that there are no proper 9s on the roster. They're trying to add some versatility to his game. He's confident the goals will come for Gumbale, but that's been a slower start by his lofty standards. And has been often on an island tonight. Very little in his vicinity. Gumbale, a rare touch of the ball for him, and wins a set piece. Switch of the play confidently. Sporting with numbers forward here. It's cut out rather comfortably by Yamada. The loanee from the J League in Japan. It has been a strong response for Sporting since halftime. A lot more assertive in possession. It appears they've switched to a 3-back with Tashantrat as the pivot. And they've knocked it about far more comfortably at that. And Baker Whiting will win this back. Sukunome, one of the 2 men on the score sheet tonight. And a lovely switch of the play this. Kingston. Let's win back here. Perhaps space on the break. Gumbale catching up to it and committing a foul in the process. For a moment, it appeared he was through on goal for a one-on-one with Shore, but not to be, according to our lead official. Kaito Yamada was the man trod upon in the process. Off at the top towards Manungu. Keeper's off his line. Manungu was nearly first to it. Court Camp just winning that foot race. And you're seeing that pace off the line from the 17-year-old. coaching staff very confident. It's been a 3 goalkeeper rotation thus far. And to be fair to Court Camp, there's very little he could do about any of the 3 that have fallen in so far. 2 of them off crosses. Maybe he could have claimed the cross to Sukanome. Other than that, though, not much he could have done. Alexandre. Danzi. Now played forward to Gomez, the 18-year-old in space. Looking through towards Manungu. Catches up to it. And just out of play before he can flash it across goal. It is important to note, this is a Defiance team known for its attacking prowess, but defensively there have been vulnerabilities, and we've already seen some of it on display tonight. A team that has now conceded 11 goals in league play already. For all the commentary on its goal scoring, it has leaked at the back. It's knocked across by Manungu. Clear to the edge of the area, and it's in! Tacoma with a 4th. And they're running rampant here in Kansas City. Manungu's cross initially cut out. And then just outside the area, why not have a pop? It's Charles Dodsey's first for the club, and it's 4-1 Tacoma. And it's become a goal-scoring party. Charles Dodsey in the 55th minute, making it 4-1 Tacoma, the 18-year-old out of Aquagana, who spent last season in Daytona with DME Academy in the States. That earned him a professional contract and Next Pro deal that he signed on April 1st, and has grown into a more frequent feature with this Sporting Kansas City, or excuse me, with this Tacoma Defiance side. Plenty of work to be done now for Sporting. Uteritz is just beyond the reach of Gumbale. Danzi invited to the U.S. U19 Youth National Team camp last year during his time with the DME Academy. And in his second Next Pro appearance has his first league goal. You'd figure that may all but seal it. Sporting would need a Herculean effort to get back in this. Ariano. Twisting and turning. Uteritz, 21-year-olds. It's just been that kind of frustrating night for Gumbale. Forced well out of his designated center forward role. Whenever he gets it, just isolated. That's partially a commentary on how little possession Sporting has enjoyed in the final third, but it's also a testament to Tacoma's ability to dominate the match and completely take him out of things. Manungu again. A lot of good has come off his boots tonight. Danzi, the most recent goal scorer. And Rosario giving chase.
Hey!
And committing a transgression.
Where's the card?
Come on, Cap.
De Rosario. 3 different Tacoma goal scorers. 2 of them the usual suspects in De Rosario and Sukanome. Charles Doddsey adds his name to the party after the restart. As things stand, it is a Tacoma party in Kansas City. Hearing word that 2 changes being readied for Sporting. Baker Whiting cutting it across. It falls! This time Kortkamp forced into action to deny Sosa. Sporting on the break. Zavala overzealous on the tackle. Well, there are 2 changes that are being prepared for Sporting, as we mentioned. Zavala and Alexandre are set to exit. As you get another look at this chance, just rolls all the way to Travian Souza. Puts a decent effort towards the near post, but Kortkamp saw it all the way. It has still been a never-ending onslaught for him between the sticks, especially since the half-hour mark. Well, if you want to get things more complex, it'll also be 3 Tacoma changes. So a duo for Sporting, a trio for Tacoma. Here's the Sporting 2. Shane Donovan and Carter Dirksen getting set to enter. So 2 youngsters that are products of the SKC Academy. It is Donovan coming in for Alexandre, and Dirksen, the center mid, replacing David Zavala. So those are the 2 changes. Donovan for Alexandre, Dirksen for Zavala, and the Tacoma trio will enter the action momentarily as well. So a bevy of new personnel out there. The trio that is set to exit for Tacoma as of now is Katsaros, Baker Whiting, and Gomez. We'll let you know if anything changes in the meantime. Just beyond the hour mark, still a comfortable Tacoma Defiance advantage. Now 4-1 after Charles Doddsey's long-range stunner, I should say. Leroux. This is Dirksen's first touch. And now Tacoma can start to alter things. Hervé Diaz going to his bench. It is Rafferty Petter. He will be the first to enter. As will Danny Robles and Antino Lopez.
Leading the game, number 83, Elias Castaros. Number 21, Reed Baker Whiting. And number 90, Sebastian Gomez.
So there is the triple change. Katsaros being replaced by Lopez in the heart of defense. Petter replacing Baker Whiting. And Robles will replace Gomez. So those are the 3 changes for Tacoma. We welcome back Antino Lopez as well, a regular starter in the heart of defense for Defiance a season ago in his rookie year after graduating Duke University. Back with his boyhood club. He missed, though, the first 7 in all comps. So this is his return to the side here in 2025. And he will fill the void of Katsaros in the heart of defense. For Tacoma, the situation seems to be lock-up shop. Especially with Robles replacing Gomez here.
Yes. Let's go.
Is there time for Sporting to make this one intriguing? Dirksen loses that 50-50. It is a bevy of really talented players that have just entered the fray. Rafferty Petter, the 23-year-old out of Maidstone, England, spent 23-24 in QPR's youth system. Spent the bulk of his time there with the U21s, but did feature for the senior side in the FA Cup. Yes, that is the EFL Championship side, Queen's Park Rangers. So there's plenty of quality coming off the bench here for Defiance, not to mention a player who established himself as one of the best defenders in the nation at Duke a couple seasons ago, and Antino Lopez returning. So not much drop-off when you get to the bench, and I think depth has been a strong suit. This is given away by Tacoma rather carelessly. Dirksen. Rather underwhelming creativity there. We'll just be on the hour mark. 4-1 Defiance. Sporting struck first. It has been a barrage of Defiance chances since. And clinical they have been. Fans, this portion of the match is presented by Audi, the official luxury vehicle of Sporting Kansas City. You see Shore off his line rather confidently. You wouldn't know it's his first start of the season from watching this performance. Rather sound display between the sticks for the 17-year-old. One more change being readied for Sporting. Brian Arellano is set to depart. Not Damian Alvarez. Masoud Habibullah, the new signing for SKC2, is the man tipped to replace him. Minungu. Cut across, a chance! Point blank effort denied this time by Courtcamp. And he robs Kingston of a tally tonight.
Go! Go! Go!
Dirksen, the other direction. Opening up here for SKC2. From afar and right into Shore's gloves. Well, you would figure the goal tally tonight would help Tacoma's pursuit of the most prolific attack in Next Pro. Right now, 16 goals on the season, including the 4 they've scored. 11 conceded through 4 matches and change. To Shantrit. Arellano. One of his final involvements tonight, presumably.
What a save, good save.
Uteritz. Quintero. Time rapidly waning on Sporting here. And a costly giveaway. A barrage of Defiance players surging forward. This is Danny Robles laying it off. And Petter was dispossessed at the last minute.
Good, good. Get there, get there. And go get it, go get it, go get it.
Dodzy. Clever link up here. Minungu, plenty of space now to go one-on-one again. Georgie Minungu! Good stop from Courtcamp. Tacoma hunting that 5th, but they have yet to find it just yet. You see Minungu weaving in and out, just turning his defender Clark around, and he gets the space needed for the shot, but not close enough to that near post. So the change being made. Masoud Habibullah
Wait till he runs down here.
will replace Brian Ariano. Habibullah, the native of British Columbia, Canada, played for TSS Rovers in the Canadian third tier the last 2 seasons. He is a proper center forward, so attack-minded swaps here. This taken short. Sosa. Robles, the corner taker. Lopez's cross in. They're crowding the keeper and doing so illicitly, according to our official. Well, Habibullah was a goal-scoring machine during his time at the Vancouver Whitecaps Academy. He scored 18 goals in 25 appearances with the U17s during the 2018-19 season. So he has a knack for goal. We'll see if he can carry it over to the proper professional ranks with Sporting KC too. And of course there was another Habibullah, a year or 2 older than him, that was a goal-scoring machine with 11 goals a season ago. Going to live up to that legacy in Cameron.
You didn't bring the wife today?
No, she needs to rest.
It's played over the top.
I mean, all those Shellies.
You're not wrong.
Just overcooked. Well, you figure Hervé DSA much more pleased about the response of his side. When talking to him today, he mentioned how composure and poise are the most important things he looks for, as well as discipline in his side. It's about playing together and not withering when you're faced with adversity. And he was really proud of the way his team handled a number of really adverse moments in the victory over Oakland in the Open Cup. Here tonight, the only adversity they've been met with, they responded with 4 unanswered goals. So I'm sure he's not complaining about what he's seen through 70 minutes. The question is, can they see this out cleanly without any unnecessary drama? DSA. I mentioned it right before the De Rosario goal, but he's regarded as a young prodigy. Was hired at 35 years old last year and has had so much experience, not only himself as a coach, but assisting top coaches throughout the world. As Sporting comes the other direction, and that cross confidently collected by Shore. Sukunome over the top, looking for Manungu, who once again runs in behind. Ushered back to Sukunome, left it dangling just a bit.
Hey, come on, Red! Come on, Red!
De Rosario starting to garner the ref's attention. When talking to Hervé DSA, he's mentioned some really life-changing experiences. Of course, this past winter, assisting Thomas Frank with a 1-month internship at Brentford, and he's mentioned how it's not necessarily tactics that he gleans from that, but management and relationship management with not just his staff and his players, but other members of the club, and as well as collaborating with the first team. It's been an enlightening experience for him, and also got to sit down with Unai Emery of Aston Villa and pick his brain. It's been a really transformational last few years for Coach DSA, and at least throughout his first season and change, his team's results on the pitch have reflected that vast expansion of knowledge. Someone who's motivated to not only instill his principles, but constantly learn on a match-to-match basis, and always a fascinating conversation to have, to pick his brain about how he approaches coaching in the Next Pro ranks. One more Tacoma change being prepared. Sukanome is the man tipped to leave after scoring. Dirksen clattering it into traffic. Manungu the other direction. Has De Rosario in support and plays him. Flag stays down for De Rosario. And a quality stop from Courtcamp to deny him the hat trick. Well, for a moment, De Rosario might have seen his name up in lights. Threw on goal, probably takes this a touch early, but didn't want Clark to intervene. And Courtcamp's able to read it just enough. Well, that is the only thing left on the to-do list for Tacoma fans at this point, the De Rosario hat trick. We've already seen Sukanome provide one earlier this month. Yet another corner for Defiance. Cleared to the edge of the area. That deflection could have gone anywhere. Sporting fortunate that wasn't in the back of Courtcamp's net. Well, the sub will occur now for Tacoma. Biram Diao will replace Sukanome, a clear defensive-minded swap, a listed left back with some experience as a defensive midfielder, replacing the ever-creative attacking mid in Sukanome. Diao, 21 years of age, a native of Senegal who spent the last 2 years with RFC Liège in the Belgian second tier. Into the final quarter of an hour of this one, and it mostly appears academic at this stage. Manungu. Joe joining the club on January 30th. Someone who's featured for the Senegalese youth national team, has played in the U17 World Cup as well as the U17 African Cup of Nations. This is just Joe's 4th appearance with the club. It does appear De Rosario's quest for a hat trick may be on borrowed time, and it may come to an end now. Jackson Corey getting set to replace De Rosario, the brace provider who's made the difference in so many ways tonight, vacates to a deserved applause from his teammates. His goal in first half stoppage time, allowing Tacoma to cruise from there on out. And now atop the league with 7 goals on the season. Uteritz closed down instantly. That's Jackson Corey's chance to make an imprint. Someone who's being converted into more of a proper 9 after playing a winger and wide midfield role the last 2 seasons in USL League One with South Georgia Tormenta. A native of Australia who's just 22 years old and formerly a Young Player of the Year in USL League One. It's a chance for him to revitalize his career after a rocky 2024. Hervé Diesse raves about him, says he constantly wants to learn, and those are the type of players we recruit. One of the banner additions this offseason for Defiance. Set piece here for Sporting KC2. One of their final opportunities to try and salvage something or find a spark. It is Shane Donovan, the youngster, who stands over this. Falls to the edge of the area, this. It did deflect, but Shore was all over it. Donzi slithering past defenders. When you look at the oncoming slate of fixtures for these two teams and the quest for the first win for Sporting KC2, that does not get much easier. On Sunday, they head to Colorado to take on Rapids 2. That's an unenviable task. Before then having to travel to Austin to begin May. That is 3 matches in 9 days, and both these coaches have mentioned the challenges that come with that, but particularly Ishvan Urbani, who said we're going from 2 weeks off effectively of match time to 3 and 9. It's definitely an adjustment, but in some ways likens it to the normal ebbs and flows of a season. If you are the coaching staff, you hope this ring rust doesn't continue over to the weekend. Corey loses out this time to Shantrit. More numbers for Tacoma. Petter stabbed away. Donzi inside the final 10 minutes here from Kansas City. Still no sign of a spark from the hosts, since being caught twice in the final 6 minutes of the first half. Robles. Shore in a bit of trouble here. He is able to evade the danger just about. Manungu can't quite keep it in play.
Oh, wow. So refs can't see that?
As things stand, if this result holds, it would be Hervé Diessa's 20th win as manager of Tacoma Defiance. Defiance to 13 wins in regular season play before guiding them to the Western Conference semifinals. And now, fans, this gives us the opportunity to tell you that this portion of the match is presented by Price Chopper, the official grocer partner of Sporting Kansas City. Well inside the final 10 minutes, Tacoma still pushing on. Manungu, it's a flashing ball. Did find Corey's head, but unable to redirect it to any degree of note. One more change being readied for Sporting. Leo Cristiano is set to replace Beckham Uteritz whenever the next wave of substitutions is waved onto the pitch. is an unfortunate night for Sporting, as now the change will take place.
Oh my God!
Well, maybe not quite, according to our lead official. Now he's waved on. It's Uter, it's out. It's the 18-year-old Leo Cristiano who replaces him, a product of the SKC Academy, who comes off the bench for the first time this season. Signed his first pro contract with the second team in June of last year.
Yeah, with the Toadies.
It is a youth movement here in Kansas City, an average age of the squad that sits just below 20 years old, and it's to some degree intentional for Mishran Urbani. It's not only about building chemistry with younger guys who work their way through the academy ranks, but also about giving them time to develop here with the second team and not have a time crunch with as many 23, 24-year-olds who know their time in the second team may be more limited just by virtue of their age. And at least in the early stages of this season, the youth has been apparent. On pace to go 6 winless in the league to open the season, despite some performances that have been better than results have indicated.
Come on, Red!
Now the build-up is held up before Cristiano can start the break.
That's just silly, Red. That's silly. Come on. Let's go, Mixie. Come on, son. We want to walk over there. Oh, come on, Red.
Inside the final 5. Here at Children's Mercy Victory Field, the 1,500-seat venue.
We work, boys!
And barring a massive meltdown, it is a terrific night for Tacoma. Corey.
Come on, Leo. Come on, Mixie. Come on, boys. We work. Play the game.
Looking for the switch to Cristiano. Manungu giving chase. Clark first to it. He's had an unenviable matchup. Stuck isolated on Manungu for the entire 90 minutes, pretty much. Who's known for his one-on-one prowess, and it has shown tonight. He's done everything but score, it seems. He's had a number of chances to do so.
Yes. Let's go. Forward.
Cristiano.
Okay.
To Shantrit.
Sorry about everything tonight.
Cleared only as far as Clark. Can they test Shore one more time before the night is out? They need a better final ball than that to do so. Fans, this portion of the match is presented by Central Bank, the official checking account partner of Sporting Kansas City and the official jersey front partner of SKC2. Closing stages of this one, it has been a Tacoma barrage since falling behind 1-0 inside 15 minutes. 3 goals in the final 13 minutes of the first half, and stoppage time for Charles Donzi adding a 4th after intermission. Sporting charging forward, cut across, it's saved well by Shore. A point-blank chance from Shane Donovan denied. Well, there's still life from SKC2. That by far their best spell of build-up tonight. Cristiano. Dirksen back to Cristiano, still loose. Finally cleaned up by Lopez and company. Suddenly, Mohamed Shore being tested with regularity. Well, you give props to Sporting. Teams could have easily lost their ferocity going forward after falling behind by this margin. They've at least tested this Tacoma back line and kept them honest. Well, we may have some late fireworks here tonight. We're inside the final minute of the 90. And we've been hit with a lightning delay. Just over a minute from time. It nearly held out tonight. Fortunately, Mother Nature has other plans. It's a 4-1 lead for Tacoma Defiance in the final minute of normal time. We will take a quick breather. We will be back after this break. we welcome you back to Kansas City, where it was an eventful late night here. Lightning raining down over the course of the last couple hours, but we are just about set to get things back underway and polish off this fixture between Sporting Kansas City 2 and Tacoma Defiance. It's officially one of the later night events in MLS Next Pro tonight. A 4-1 advantage for Tacoma before the break, and now both teams on the pitch getting set to get back underway and finish things off. As a friendly reminder, we are in the 89th minute. So at the very end of this, and the result seems all but secured, but when you look at the standings and how things could shake out, a late goal for Sporting could help as far as goal difference is concerned. Goal difference, of course, being the second tiebreaker when we get all the way to October. So if Sporting is to snatch a goal here late, maybe things get intriguing. That is, of course, if one of the two teams opts to go for it this late in proceedings. So we welcome you back in. Sam Goldfarb here from the Kansas City area. Sporting KC2 took an early advantage courtesy of Meji Alexandre in the 11th minute, but then Tacoma Defiance lit them up for 3 goals in the final quarter of an hour of that first half. Osaze de Rosario with a brace in that stretch. And then in the second half, Charles Doddsey added what is in line to be the final blow. It will be Tacoma to get us back underway with this goal kick. Mohamed Shore, between the sticks. He played a solid shift here over the course of these 89 minutes and change. Referee gives his whistle, and back underway to polish off proceedings here in Kansas City. Swope Soccer Village, we thank you for sticking with us on an unexpectedly longer night, but still a very fun one with 5 goals. And Tacoma very content to at least knock it about a bit. Robles, now beyond the 90 minutes. Heard word before the delay that it would be about 2 minutes of added time. As things currently stand, if the result holds as we believe it will, Tacoma Defiance would surge up the Western Conference table. Remember, this is a team that had multiple matches in hand. They are now 6th in the live table after starting the day in 10th. Meanwhile, Sporting, they will still be hunting their first victory of the 2025 season. Cristiano made it officially 1 minute of added time. Just awaiting on our referee's final whistle. There's Penner, and there is the final whistle. Dominance from Tacoma Defiance. They win 4-1 here tonight, courtesy of a late first half barrage that was anchored by our standout player tonight, Osaze de Rosario with a brace. Yusuke Onome pitched in, and then after intermission, Charles Doddsey added the final blow. It's now time for tonight's man of the match, and who else but the brace provider and the league's top scorer, Osaze de Rosario. A brace started off with the equalizer in the 32nd minute after that terrific cross from Anungu, and then right before halftime, an excellent individual effort outwits his defender and tucks it confidently into the left side netting. That's his 6th and 7th league goals of the campaign to pace all scores. Well, for our entire MLS Next Pro broadcast crew, we say thank you for joining us. I'm Sam Goldfarb. Once again, our final score, Tacoma 4, Kansas City 1. Don't forget you can watch MLS Next Pro all season long at MLS Season Pass on Apple TV and MLSNextPro.com. Have a great rest of your night, everyone.
This copyrighted broadcast of Major League Soccer may not be retransmitted, reproduced, or rebroadcast without the express written consent of Major League Soccer.